Hello, welcome to the Airsoft video. We are going to be trying something new. So we used to do quite a lot of videos, tutorials and stuff like that. I must admit in recent years we've obviously been focused on trying to run the business and keep all that going, etc, etc. But we are hoping to maybe see if I can find some time to actually do a little bit more of it. So the videos and tutorials and guides and stuff. So this would sort of be more of a sort of long, sort of a longer format, essentially just videoing exactly what we normally do. I mean, it'd be lovely, obviously, if we can sort of build it to the point where we could actually video everybody's guns and maybe do sort of combine them with the YouTube videos. But for now, I'm just going to be sort of getting footage, rabbiting, talking on my builds and stuff, and just sort of trying to dial things in a little bit. And if I get some footage that I can somehow do into a video, then we'll do that. We may or may not put them on a membership, or Patreon or something like that, because obviously there is a certain time involved in presenting this, and obviously people do technically gain a little bit out of it in terms of knowledge and obviously all the tips and tricks and stuff. Or we'll be talking about our procedures and what we do to fault find a gun to start to finish, the concepts of and things we do to obviously resolve them. Talking about the problems, maybe sort of at that high level, and rather than sort of specific tutorials, we're just going to be going over the whole thing, and maybe people get a bit bored and don't like it, I don't know. All you can do is just do this content and see how it resonates, can't you? So I'm going to leave the camera running while I kind of like do my thing, and I don't know, I don't think it's going to be quite as entertaining as some YouTubers, that certainly got a lot of personality on their videos, but I may be lacking that, but I don't know. I'll talk about the best I can and go over some of the stuff we do. At the moment our gun tech is off-ill, so obviously I'm picking up obviously a lot of the slack, so I will try my best to get back into the swing of things, and then I thought, well, since it's me, I might as well, and I'm quite enjoy doing the YouTube stuff. I will try my best to talk over beeping batteries, charging. Let me just stick another one on it now. Righty, so scope of work on this one is came in for a feeding issue. So so there was some history given by the customer in that they did try and fit a hop unit and rubber to a previous build that we've done. Basically a simple replacement of the exact same thing. So from their perspective, obviously they just assumed it would work, and that's a fair assessment. So it should do. Obviously there's a lot of things that should happen in airsoft teching, but sometimes never actually do. So we will obviously have a look at that just to sort of see if that's potentially causing a feeding issue, because that obviously could. So what I used to do when I first started gun teching was go onto the forums. Do they have forums nowadays? I'm that old. So they go onto forums and I'd see like the technical stuff and I'd just try and fix somebody's problem, either maybe end up being one of those annoying guys, that posts a completely incorrect answer. But I'd have a go at trying to figure it out in my head, try and picture the mechanics of obviously how one thing interacts with another thing, and then try and picture it. You just try and picture the interaction in your mind, and then try and see obviously, well, what could possibly be causing feeding issues. Well, obviously we have a tappet plate and a nozzle that retracts to allow a BB to feed, so that could be a very obviously good source of a thing. Why would that have devolved on obviously a high level build? I'm not sure. Obviously it could be something to do with the hop rubber, because we've got some history there where we know the hop rubber has been changed. Sometimes you can get like tight hop rubbers, or hop rubbers with lips that are too long. It's a weird world we live in now where obviously tolerances are a thing, and AEG hop rubbers is a loose term, so obviously it's same as V2's a loose term nowadays. It's or TM compatible. Again, very loose, term. So because obviously you just don't know if people are making guns to TM compatible seamers, So but it's not really TM then, is it? You're making the part to a seamer. So yeah, it's and obviously you don't see too many people with original V2 TM M4s nowadays, do you? So when people are saying and making brand new parts to this day that are TM compatible, so as in have are they just putting it on just to tick a box? You know what I mean? So when have they actually sat there with an original 25-year-old, 28, 30-year-old, TM AEG V2 M4, and sat there and made their parts to that specification, especially when you see the hop units and stuff that have the same thing on there, and you're like, well, the original TM M4 had a 2-piece hop unit, so I know for a fact you didn't make that and test that particular product. What did you do? Cut a big hole to then just specifically? No, you would have had a V2 seamer, and they would have probably just worked off that, and then mark it up as TM compatible. But yeah. Sorry, I'm rambling. I must focus on doing my actual job rather than chatting away. Okay, so we need to obviously get into that hot rubber. I have done a FPS test, and because obviously just if we're talking about process where we start at, I'll just jot down on my paperwork. Obviously we got about 268, so it's a solid number. However, there were some deviating shots at sort of 260. We want information as gun techs. Information's good, so the more testing we do, the more information we get. So from that we could infer that the feeding issue is potentially causing an FPS deviation, but it's not a guarantee. You obviously hope for sort of 1-2 FPS deviation, but sometimes you do get some lows and highs. Obviously when I was doing the testing, there was indeed a confirmed feeding issue. Yeah, so great place to start, in that some guns come in and are physically not working. You've got no choice but to just dive in and take the customer's word, obviously the condition of the gun, but in this particular case we was able to actually test it, actually get an FPS reading. We've got more information there to work on, and it's a great place to start from, and we definitely have a confirmed feeding issue. Okay, so I've taken the stock off, which over here, and we need to start with we're obviously going to get this stock tube here at the back off, so it's a good place to start. So we'll get this sling point off first. It's going to be like a 2.5. Sometimes I go to sleep with long form YouTube videos on. Maybe I'm going to be people's new sleep food, So, I go to bed listening to Equal 6, puts me right to sleep. Better than white noise. Fucking hell, a little bit tight. Not a huge fan of over tightening screws on cast metal guns. The actual metal can physically crush, so it's hard to perceive, but it does actually happen. I might as well just get this completely off. There he goes. So try and lay your screws out as you're doing disassembly. I used to do ages ago these ATM machines for a company called NCR, and they take apart the ATMs in the middle of a Halifax, and some of the note accepting units were something like 54,000 parts, making up this complete device and stuff, and you had to get to like this note machine right in the middle of it, and I just lay out this like long line all the way around Halifax, all across the floor, and just put some bollards up, and just so just don't step near my long line of parts, and then obviously when you've you know, got to the actual fault, fixed it, replaced it, you know, you can then obviously start in that line going backwards, you know, all the way through. So it's the best analogy I could use to obviously sort of how you might want to try and label out. Some people use parts diagrams where they lay down a piece of paper underneath, they circle them, and then obviously describe what they are. Another way is taking photos, if you know what I mean, as you go. You could obviously order those photos, and but just try and remember, you know, when you some people are very very you know, rough, you know, so when it comes to it, they just dive in and it's alright, you know, I'll put it back together again. Well, you know, you always got to plan around 2, 3, 4 days later. You know, if obviously shit happens, you have to go and do some other work, if you know what I mean. Then you come back and you know, you're just looking at some bits thinking, well, where do they come from? So so yeah, so it's always best to obviously, especially obviously I like always take photos of a wire orientation on the first time I take apart a gun, just to make sure it goes back in the same place. Just trying to think of everything we do. It's little things in it, you know, it's build up over time. So obviously we're going to be disassembling this wire in here, which is obviously a desolder. We're also going to be cracking off this nut here, so it's going to get a little bit noisy. I'm just going to apply a little bit of heat. I mean, I'll try and just tweak it first just to see if it's loose already, save me doing that. Could be good. Yeah. Well, it's not great that it was that loose, but I mean, there will be Loctite underneath there, so that'll need to be removed before you put it back on again. Okay, but at least we've got that cracked, if you know what I mean, because we obviously don't want to disassemble the gun to get to half a gun, so we've got no leverage. Obviously in this current state, if it was difficult, I could apply some heat and I could go put it in my gun jig, and then obviously the gun jig will hold this part of the front of the gun, and then obviously I could then get a lot of leverage to crack it off. But usually it shouldn't, obviously with cast stuff, because obviously if you over tighten this, you'll literally flex it to the point of cracking. So so yeah, could crack anyway, you know, being cast, you know. So so yeah, it's you don't want to stretch or compress or, you know, do too much. Should always be nip tight on the or anything cast really, and then obviously utilise Loctite to prevent it unwinding. So I will apply a little bit of heat onto those just to before I start doing those, because we don't want those rounding off. So there's my favourite. Here he is. It's my favourite, so I marked it so I know. I think it's PH1 from GMP set. It's one of my favourite screws. Yeah. Oh shit, that come out easy, didn't it? A little bit too easy. It's got the new longer ones, I think, coming with some of the newer ones. Right. So we want to recover this wire guide. Seems like it's been smushed a bit, to be honest. Not sure how that's happened. loose, that connector, isn't it? Gosh, it's not really that old. I mean, just other things. Look, we've got a pin sticking out on the side here. I mean, part of gun teching is assessment, you know. Sticking out. We've got a pin at the front here that's not been input in the right direction. It's the wrong way around. Poof. Right, I think we're good now, temperature-wise. I think we might be right with that. I'll put a little bit of flux on. I mean, it's you know, obviously I'm sure there's not too much other stuff been done, but it's a tough one, isn't it? You know, sort of when you sort of send it out in a certain state. I mean, we go through a thorough testing process, getting the gun to you know, obviously, you know, pristine and all tested and working and all great, and then they come back, you know what I mean? And like I say, if none of this has ever been touched, you know, immediately we've got servicing, you know, things to obviously at the very least tighten one side of that, you know. It's crazy, isn't it? Just they shake themselves apart, and obviously looser things create more looser things, which eventually create broken things, you know. So if you leave them too loose for too long, so you know, you try your best to build these indestructible guns with people, and there's a certain assumption sometimes that, you know, yeah, the gun place is not good if they can't, you know, but you know, you just can't. You can't glue these things on, so they need to be serviced at some point. So yeah, just things work themselves loose through use, and the rest of it is obviously paying for maintenance. And obviously we in gun teching, you know, so Airsoft, you know, specifically. I mean, I know for a fact that my car bill that I got yesterday for a faulty ABS sensor has sent me back the best part of 600 quid for the you know, scanning charge, the you know, where they go check the ECU or whatever, and they diagnose it, and then on top of that you've got labour in the part, and yeah, I think we're about £600-700 down. So you know, it's and obviously with the cost of the car, you swallow it, don't you? So, but yeah, when you turn around and do the same kind of thing in Airsoft, it's like, oh, it's rip-off prices. I can do that easier myself. It's like, oh, well, you know, people do want us to be here, but then obviously they complain about the price and stuff. So it's a tough one. It's gun teching. I don't recommend it. Oh wait, no, I should be recommending it. Yes, it's great. Righty, so we've got 2 power spaces there on that spring guide, achieving the FPS. There's a little bit of grease on there, which we might be able to clean up and put some new stuff on. Just remember that obviously if you take away grease, or you put shiny new parts in, that sometimes they do need grease applying. And then, you know, when people change a spring and then complain about the twang noises and stuff, you know, well, obviously just put a dry spring in there, it probably will. So FPS spring, that is. You see by the coiled end, and the fact that we know some of the history on this gun. So we can now put this to the side. We're going to have to sort of make a decision on how much servicing we do on this one. It's not got too long a time out in the world, but you can already see things starting to happen and stuff, so so we might have to bake some of that in. We've got front pin. Let's see if I can find my non-marking tool. I'm going to turn that solder on, it is off, that is roasting in here. I was looking for a pin all night and where the hell's that gone? Best laid plans. Could be worse, could be, I think there's a, oh here we go. Old M14 video, I'm pretty sure I spent 20 minutes under a desk looking for a screw on video and didn't even cut it. Have I got a hammer? If I had a hammer, I'd hammer in the morning. That'll do. So when you're separating these, basically just grab there to unclip it and then hold it. Okay, you're just going to pull it out because obviously you don't want all this, you know, which could come out in any kinds of states, you know, coming off. So then obviously you can then decide to undo the spring and then slowly put obviously all the bits to one side. A bit at the back here, just want to pull this forward, slide this back and up. So if this all comes apart, it might be because this washer has come off. We can put that back on a bit later. You know, it's fine. Like I say, you know, these things just be used, aren't they? And we're flipping out. So just got screws just falling out. I hope the history is right on this gun. So I had one the other day that was just an electrical fault in air quotes, and we got inside and the piston was upside down. It's like, well, it's not just an electrical fault, is it? You know, it was working fine, developed electrical fault. Well, upside down piston, that's someone going in and having a crack in it. You know, it's so sometimes, like I say, just, you know, not telling us the full history just simply lengthens, you know, the times on these things, and we just try and get that across to people to give us as much information as possible, so that we can actually start to diagnose and quote, you know, these things properly and appropriately before we go in there. So obviously going in and finding tons of stuff, and you can see, you know, from like histories and stuff as to what's going on. So you know, is what it is, isn't it? Righty, so definitely having a look at the hop unit so we can pull that out. So make sure you pull off the U-shaped spacer. Don't yank this out with the U-shaped spacer on. Loads of gun techs break these. You know, just be careful. Take your time. Remove that first, and then you shouldn't ever break it. In air quotes, shouldn't. There's a bit of dirt in there, sitting quite low as well. I really should take the time to redo all that, but I'm a little bit up against it on this one, time wise. Right, where was I? Keep distracting myself with video. unit you work on, always remove the arms to recover the nubs. I know people just like to, it's a bit fiddly, just shove them all in, but it's best to recover the nub. That way it doesn't get accidentally lost. So size small, that's good, so we shouldn't get over hop. Looks about right. Do you know what I'm going to do? So I'm going to have to do some process. I mean, you can just redo it, and there is certain fixes. I could just apply out of the box, but what I probably should have done beforehand was just to try and rule this out. I mean, it's a little time consuming. Testing and fault finding always is, but I'm sure, and it is a bit of a luxury, I guess, have another. A little tight in there. I might just gently sand that on one side before that goes back in. So you want that arm so that when it adjusts, and raises up, obviously that this pressure comes off this. Obviously if it's too tight inside there, the nubs, obviously they don't move, so they just stay where they are. It happens on MWS quite a lot. Just have to remember that obviously all parts are not one size fits all. This material, a lot of filing tends to not get a huge amount of traction, but we'll test that one, see if it's any better. A bit smoother, I'll try that. Okay, so I'm just going to put this into another soft mod just to rule out that hop. You. Okay, so feeding issues non-existent on the hop unit in another gun. So it's not a guarantee because every gun has its own personality. So you know, you put one in one gun, another, and tolerances. You find a problem, and obviously I've pulled the gun apart now. So unfortunately, I, in hindsight, can't test that one just to guarantee that. You know, even with a good hop unit, it still has the feeding issue. But we're going to work on the assumption that it's something inside the gearbox and not the hop unit. So that's there, and other than, you know, accuracy issues, which will be tested later as part of QC. So before we take any FPS readings, every single gun is testing at range. We want to get in a nice long range, sort of, you know, 60, 50, 65 meters, you know, sort of straight line shot, nothing crazy overhopping, just, you know, you sort of distance shot, the kind of shot most people are playing, and then we take an FPS reading. So me finishing this gun, assembling it, and then just taking an FPS number, absolutely pointless. Well, I mean, information is never pointless, but, you know, that is the hop unit. Like I say, until it is set, until it is shooting, it can sometimes have such a dramatic effect on FPS. What we don't want to do is obviously make a gun that's tested 350 here, then the customer gets it, sets the hop, and suddenly now they're getting 310. Yeah, so because all they're going to do is be dissatisfied, and you know, we want obviously satisfaction. So. Right, so let's start with the grip. So TM guns have self-tapping screws pretty much everywhere. So we never use electrical screwdrivers on TM guns because we don't want to accidentally not get a feel for the thread and then tap a new hole, and obviously there's only so many times you can do that before there's no thread left, and then that's when you get the that wiring doesn't look fantastic, does it? Don't believe we would have done that orientation, but you don't know, do you? So okay, so when dealing with obviously motors, you've got your motor, obviously you've got your brushes on the side there. You can obviously give it a quick check on those brushes just to see obviously how far in they are. Obviously if they're all the way down then they're pretty worn, so at that point you can try changing the brushes themselves, but I think that's penny pinching, just replace the motor with a new one, or better yet go brushless and then never have to worry about brushes again. So these grip screws, I'll probably talk about it on reassembly, but you don't want to over tighten those. Okay, so that's your ambi cog removed. Look on that wiring. It's fine, it's insulated. Right, so we need this off, this trigger frame pin. Just going to be two 1.5s. So if you do Loctite these, which unfortunately you have to, they do tend to go walkies, just use the blue stuff and don't go mental on it. So. Just make sure you recover these gearbox spaces. Righty. So 1.5 Allen key on the mag release. So as a general rule of thumb for all airsoft guns, safe is a good position to be in. For gearbox assembly and removal. Just me, people. Where's my fave? So, in doing this, just get your finger underneath it, just hook it up and take it off. Remove these, remove this. Don't forget to check conditions of these. People put the mags in backwards and snap them all the time. That seems alright. Clean as you go. So we need T10. So lengthwise, these are one at the back here and one at the top here are going to be your short ones, and then your other two are going to be the long ones with a Phillips screw in the middle. Don't confuse this screw, so keep it with your shell screws. Alright. So what we're going to do is when you're taking off, if you are not planning on reshimming, which I have not decided yet, we are going to touch these tops of the bearings, because obviously we want to basically try and keep all that as low as possible. Obviously because it's a recoil, we've obviously already removed the spring, as it has no back on the gearbox. And then you can obviously have a look inside, just make sure obviously we're picturing, you know, the shims to make sure they're recovered. So there is a spring, tappet plate spring underneath this, so what we want to do is obviously safely remove that, which you can do from the other side, but just lift up, just recover him. Okay, so now we can do a parts assessment on the situation. So we have a original TM nozzle, we have an original Tokyo Marui tappet plate, assessing here. I mean, it's really hard to see if there is wear. I mean, it doesn't look like there's any. Jeepers, what you want is obviously the holy grail. You know, you go inside and everything's shattered. You know, it's like look at me, I'm broken. As opposed to tolerance bullshit every time. You know, oh, I'm not working because I'm 0.00000 off spec. Okay. I mean, I'm not a huge fan of the parts mismatch that's going on here. You know, obviously, ideally, this particular piston head, you know, would be technically combined with a piston AOE spacer if I was doing this particular build, just because it's still got the original cylinder head. I mean, obviously, you hope that there's no compromise on spec and people just go for the level 10, because obviously it includes everything and everything's all designed to be working together. In this particular instance, I mean, it seems to have got on alright. I mean, unless the customers complain of jamming issues. It's also not got a modified second tooth. I tend to do that, although I must admit, obviously TM EG 1000 we're probably not going to be hitting speed limits, but that's never a guarantee. Prefer a FPS cylinder head in here, that just make things a lot easier. May even resolve the issue. You know, sometimes obviously, you know, trying to bang your head against the wall. I'm obviously replacing original parts with more original parts, just trying to get a resolution. Sometimes it's better to try throwing an upgrade part at it to see if you can, as long as obviously it's thought out. Obviously there would be a benefit from obviously the sorbo pad on the FPS cylinder, so that would be recommended. I just don't remember this gun build. Obviously Andy's done it, but I just don't remember the spec on it. Normally it obviously goes through me, and obviously I'll do the videos and the testing. I might need to go check online on this one. So I'm just going to make a note of the sector gear top, sector gear bottom. I'm going to mark it as old, just so in case I reshim. We've got set top, sector bottom, spur top, spur bottom, and we've got bevel top, bevel bottom. We're going to be fucking around here, so that's why I want to swear word for YouTube. Oh, here it is. It's already polished, so we've already, well, I'm going to assume, you know, us assumptions, make an ass out of you and me. So 0.75 on the top, and then what we're going to do is we'll put it over here in more mess for the top, and we'll clean the sector gear and double check top and bottom. So try and do I mean, we're talking about Prometheus gears, obviously they're, you know, adamantium metal or whatever construction, so they're probably going to be fine. But if we're talking best practice, you know, check the gear teeth, make sure they're intact, you know, just don't glance at them and say, oh yeah, they look fine, you know, so and turns out there's a friggin' tooth missing or something, especially on original gear sets. So that is that, and because obviously our orientation is top, it's north, and then we're going to recover the others. So once we recover, obviously then what we're going to probably be doing is a quick test just to make sure the bushings are still seated. We don't want them wandering or spinning. Obviously the metal of obviously a bushing is significantly harder than the metal around it, so obviously that will then start to eat away. Then obviously you get your ovals in the gearboxes, then you need new gearbox shells, and it's something obviously given a glance, you know, and technically it's in, and we might as well take this opportunity to check and do that. So we're looking at 0.46 underneath, so we can now put that underneath that one. Just an hour, easy peasy, do guns, innit? Just pop in, just quick hour. All you need to do is just stick a spring in, put it all back together again, right? I mean, you have to be methodical about it, you know. It is the fine details, which obviously, and the accuracy, which can be the difference between obviously, you know, good builds and bad builds. You know, we reassemble it, and we don't pay attention to obviously things like shimming and stuff, and you know, suddenly you're getting lockups and stuff, and now you haven't wasted loads of time obviously reassembling. You're cursing the sky about the gun, thinking, oh, why is it doing this? And you know, when you know, technically you have this opportunity right now, you know, to do lots. So theoretically, you know, a standard practice would be to reshim this one. So I'm just going to double check and make sure that it does have our history on it. If it does, I mean, other than the fact that I already spotted a few discrepancies, which I'd obviously, I say discrepancies, you know, guns, tech-in changes over time, you know, they should do, we should rightly do, so, because obviously, you know, as and when new techniques come out, you know, I mean, friggin' years ago, never even used to be such a thing as a half-shell method, you know, so it's obviously, shimming's dramatically changed. I mean, I just cringe at 10-year-old videos on our YouTube channel, you know, it's you know, crazy. But to be fair, you know, Airsoft techs at that time tried their best and did their best, you know, and that was the knowledge that was about. So as and when new things come out, you try and do them. As when you know new things, I call it bringing each gun up to the current meta, in air quotes, yeah. So obviously we take that opportunity within the realms of the customer specification, because obviously we're only talking about a upgraded piston head, upgraded gears, upgraded bushings. So that's 4 items. There's a spring guide that's been upgraded, and an upgraded power spring. Okay, so what's that, 6 items total? So yeah, obviously upgraded hot rubber and nub, so 7, 8. You know, with a theoretical 20 things you can upgrade on this. So yeah, it's still a few other bits and bobs. I mean, these are common failure points, so we do hardened versions of those. Obviously it's got the MOSFET in there, so what's that now, 8, 9, 9, so right, we're back in a second. Okay, so yep, just brought up the build specs. There's a level 6 build, obviously put together by Andy, and it was, so all parts are correct, so as per the specification. It's just differing builds between me and Andy, so I probably would have, I don't know, I mean, at the end of the day, you know, Andy would turn around and say, well, that's what the customer's ordered, you know, so, you know, these are based on budgets, you know, but, you know, technically, it would have been nice to obviously, you know, obviously if necessary, you know, I mean, I could just do a double check. You might have checked them, it's hard to say. I wasn't exactly there. Obviously, that's the thing about obviously checking other people's work quite literally, you know, even though it's ours via another gun tech, you know, yeah, it's easy in hindsight, isn't it, you know, so you aren't there doing it. I mean, even now we're technically up against it. I mean, we've got a massive queue. You know, obviously customers wanting it done today. Yeah, it's you sort of got to make decisions on obviously what do we do. Obviously, because we could obviously theoretically trust that Andy's shimming is spot on, and that there's been no intervention to change that, like motor height adjustments or any such thing. So I think what we'll end up doing is we'll just probably do a quick amp test on the you know, the actual shimming, if you know what I mean, just to see if there's anything seemingly untoward, which in itself takes extra time, but I'm hoping everything's going to be spot on. Let me just continue checking these shims. I mean, we still have the issue that obviously a feeding issue has happened on what appears to be an absolutely perfectly fine tappet plate. So we have a feeding issue with a tested hop unit that tests fine and a perfectly great looking tappet plate and nozzle. Isn't that fun? Let me just ping an email to the customer and see if there's any leeway on upgrade parts. So you know what you do as obviously a gun tech, but you know, budget is still a real thing. So we tested that hop unit working on the other gun, but is that hop unit and this gearbox and this combination of parts the problem? Yeah, so gun teching, you know, it's just you just keep having to keep working the problem, you know. So we can do some checks, technically speaking. I've got some of these parts all cleaned up. In case we have to reuse these ones. So this check, you can always do a wobble on the original TM thing. If there's excessive movement, replace, but that one seems pretty tight there. So we want bevel. So we've got a loose bushing, so we might have to go down the route of reseating those, or at the very least that one. just rebuild this from scratch. You know, we have a process. I call it process, but basically for a reason. And yeah, you know, you standardise that process, and in theory every gun is built exactly the same. But you know, if that process gets outdated, or you know, somebody don't follow the process, it's when you get the exceptions. And then obviously then there's when the process, like I say, isn't working or outdated, and then you have to update the process. You know, we've recently-ish, in the last year, moved over to a much more reliable Loctite, which is I think it's 638. Or is it 641? Looks like. Six three eight, I think. Yeah. And it's just substantially better for like long-term hold. So that was the problem, is obviously short-term hold. Right, brilliant, fixed in the moment. But what about long-term hold? So and then obviously that's when you sort of, you know, going back into guns and finding obviously ways to improve over time. With obviously the aim being the indestructible guns for consumers, hopefully one day. Right, so just hook that spring onto there, that keeps it in place and makes it easy to reinstall. So we are going to remove the board. Oh, bloody screwdriver. Excuse me. Oh, Jesus. Okay, so 8.7 top for the spur. Bottom. One there. Did I come out with it? Yeah, it did. Yeah, my own personal car, like I say, I'd only recently just had a service as well. So we had a service bill, and then obviously it's developed an ABS fault, and then it's gone in there for another bloody thing, another 600 quid on top of the 300 for the full service, and it's like, well, flipping hell, you know, it's starting to cost the pennies now, isn't it? But it's hard to sort of say, well, they should have caught that on service, because obviously here we are with gun teching and stuff, you know, the faults develop, don't they? So we have bottom. Just found there, that might well be the bottom. Here we go, where the ifs and maybes about previous shimming start to come in. We just only find one, you're like, oh fuck's sake, just instantly fucks the shimming. That's why if you do it from scratch, it's just always better, innit? Oh, fuckers in proud, look. That's my second swear for YouTube. Look at that. See how they're sitting like that, askew? No way Andy leaves that going out like that. It's just developed, maybe there's a little slack on the shimmer and it's managed to pop itself out and then sort of almost like reseat itself. Right, so obviously it's just going to get improvements because obviously we're going to be reseating with the newest Loctite. It's just so much better. Probably should fucking do this stuff on camera, Jesus Christ. So I'm just cleaning out these holes. So you want to clean off all that old Loctite that's on there. So you want a flush fit. Right, so we've got one clean. Yeah, we were in the shop here, so apologies. There may well be times I get pulled away. I believe we were cleaning up bushings. Oh, here we go. More shims discovered. I mean, all the old stuff, because we haven't written that down, if you know what I mean, immediately. It's all bloody getting lost, so we won't be able to do a comparison to double check the old shimming versus new. We'll just have to do the new one. So that one held up. It's fine. That's why the used guns have to have higher costs than the new ones. It's just extra time cleaning everything up. fair play to anyone sitting through this. Riveting stuff. Again, we're just checking in the holes just to make sure everything's going to be seated properly. We do have a small dilemma, and that obviously, which I haven't really thought about for the video, in that we normally have a bit of a, after seating these things, we let them set. I mean, luckily the this stuff sets very quickly, which is good. You know, one of the problems with fault finding is you don't know if just this alone and a full rebuild has resolved the feeding issue, you know, with dirt and debris and stuff. But you know, there's a financial cost, obviously, rebuilding 15 times, so my sanity cost. So yeah, so sometimes it's best to go in with like a plan to, I mean, we'll do some tests in a minute once we've got this started seating on hop unit nozzle lengths and stuff. I feel bad that I'm missing today. It is, looks like it's blinding outside, it's pure blue sky. Right, I am going to get a bearing set. So what I'm doing here is I'm checking the fit in these holes to make sure that obviously it can go in properly in place and sit flush. I might need just a smidge. The lowest one as well, so we don't want that sitting too high. It can cause shimming issues with longer motors like brushless warheads and stuff. They're a bit longer than other ones like Solent troops, which are a bit more normal sized. And there you go. So a lot of people like press fit and then they hammer, you know, there's even tools for it, you know, that do it, but it's not worth trying to jam it in something and push it out and bow it and, you know, damage the actual chassis itself, you know. Not when obviously you can utilise, you know, something which is designed specifically to hold bushings in place, bushing, you know, bearing lock, yeah, so to actually seat it properly. So so what we'll do is we will get a bit of the bearing lock onto the bit. Now that we know that obviously they fit in there and don't require, you know, like a physical hammering in order to get in there. Plus with the looser fit, it allows the bearing, you know, once we use these bearing fit tools, to actually sit at the correct angle. And then we know that obviously with the shaft going through it, that it's going to seat it and not at a skewed angle, yeah? I think the 4-1 stuff or whatever is a bit thinner. This has got sort of a thickerness to it, which fills the gaps better and doesn't run everywhere. Right, so we are going to pop this into there, and this one into there. And this one into there. It's a weird format, this video. If I am going to do this going forward, you know, am I just going to repeat this exact same stuff over and over and over? You know, a little tighter that one. Ideal. Gun tech is about repetition and obviously process, and then obviously when there's a problem you adjust the process and then you repeat, and then you keep on doing it until your process is remembered and spot on. So we'll just clear off some of the excess that's on there. Okay. Now this tool set is from Prometheus, and it's the pushing tool set. We will try to keep it in stock. It's weird, it's like, well, you see with such little sales on it, but then it's out of stock and you get a message almost instantly saying, oh, we can get this back in stock. It's like, wow, it's in there for ages in stock. And it's a low seller, and that's Prometheus' problem in a nutshell, so it's being able to shift its... I think we're going again. a bit of an issue with the card. These are all new things. Trying this, so we'll get a dialed in set up at some point. Fuck's sake. Friggin' torque one gone. Put some of these back. Again, always go backwards, find the thread, make sure you don't cross thread. There's a couple of times then you're just trying it and it's like, no, that's wrong, so you then got to go back, and it's just electric screwdriver is just not gonna feel that, not on a TM. Theory, obviously what we want is this sort of smooth movement, because obviously the gear, you know, is going to actually be sitting in there, if you know what I mean, you know, spinning. So assuming obviously the gears are constructed properly, and you know, we obviously want to. Same goes for all these. We want it spinning inside it. I shall be back in a minute. Go, time to set. Apologies, back. Right. First things first, it's 35 degrees in here, so I'm adding some water. So yeah, I mean, I don't think I went over it at the beginning of the video, but make sure you obviously like, subscribe to our YouTube channel. Yeah, obviously we don't get huge amounts of money from the tech stuff. Make sure you check out our website. Obviously without it we wouldn't be able to afford these overheads and stuff. The workshop and doing gun teching just simply doesn't pay enough to be able to afford the overheads, so please check out our website and buy all the nice things off there. Okay, so we are going to modify this while we're waiting to fit this. So you take him on and off, if you know what I mean. You very quickly tell if you know what I mean, if there's too much crap left in these threads. Clean these all off. Obviously that will reduce the amount of broken locking rings you get. So it's 32.1. 30.3. 33 overall. It's going to leave us with about 1.8 in some places, pretty thin, but it is a strong real steel, and I have technically done it in the past, so I shall be making some noise in a minute with the bell. Strong stuff. I'm making a dent on it. Nice quick that was. Just put my apron on. Ain't fun doing that. Yeah, apologies on, I got like a dual camera thing going on, so it's quite awkward to just do that on camera. It makes a bit of a mess as well. Got a much more dirtier bench over here for all this kind of messy stuff. Might be able to do just this next sounding bit on there. This bit on here, hang on. Pivot to groin shot. There you go. A bit more room somewhere around here. So obviously we're just going to be keeping an eye on, you know, as we're working it. Yeah, we said 32, didn't we? So if I'm honest, it's still about 30.65, so still got a ways to go, unfortunately. I am back. Custom served, still roasting hot in here. I hate doing this trimming and stuff, it stinks. You just want to have a shower afterwards. Let me just check sizing before I carry on. 31.55, so I mean we're not there yet in order to get this in there. I do not believe, but it is certainly getting there. Excuse me. Oh no! The power. So, just to cover myself, Richard told me to do this on the internet. When you modify this, you are not getting these flats here, okay? Because obviously, well, I mean, fair play to the person that can include a flat in there and do this modification, but I'm obviously just making a circle. and to allow that tube to go in there. It will allow the tube then, which obviously has flat sides, to rotate. So, and then obviously if you have your electrical wires through there, and then you're taking off the stock tube, and the stock tube grab hold of it because there's some Loctite, and then turns this tube all the way around like that. And God forbid you have a battery still stuck in there for some reason. Yeah, so fire will ensue. So yeah, so just cover yourself, or me more specifically. Yeah, do this at your own risk. Yeah, okay. So just to cover yourself, it'll cover me, because obviously I saw in that YouTube video he said that he could. I could do that. It's somebody goes tell somebody, trying to whisper thing, and obviously before you know it, they forgot to pass on the whole warning thing, and then obviously somebody twists it because they forget, or they pass a gun to a gun tech, and the gun tech's like that. Stock dude turns and just slice through wires, and even if the battery isn't attached, the gun tech's got to bloody rewire it now, you know. So so yeah, and that carries its own risk. Soldering PCB boards and stuff, at the very least, removes their conformal coating, you know, and then worst case, obviously damages the boards with the heat. So yeah, right. So that's recharging. So we're going to put this to the side and move on to something else. So I need to prep this bar kit because I pinched one from the customers for another gun build, and I need to now replace it with a shiny new one. So we're going to do that, which is the stock, basically the kit as it comes from Prometheus, looks like that. And you obviously have to stuff that and all this and all that in there, and that leaves you only one battery for one side, which is, you know, that's rubbish. So we're going to remove this and get rid of that, which is this bit here. We're just going to be taking that completely off, and then we're going to instead make a new one, which is going to be Dean's. We'll find my bits that I supposedly put out earlier. There they are. I'm going to get rid of this. It's getting a bit full on here. Where's the lid for this? Lid? God, you guys know where it is, don't you? Where is it? It's behind you. It's very hot in here. That'll go off. We'll do the tappet plate things in a bit. I mean, every bit we get with that, I mean, it's never a bad thing if you're getting extra time. We need a Dean's. I'll do. I might feel that battery. I put on a nickel metal hard drive charge, see if I can recover it, and I've recovered it too much. Because I forgot about it. Right. Jesus Christ, it's hot in here. If in doubt, even I always double check polarities when doing these things. It's just not worth, getting it wrong, if you know what I mean. So obviously we've got the positive and we've got the negative here. Okay, so to obviously match up with this. So I'm going to solder this one on. That's the orientation for that. A bit of flux and a bit of flux. Nice, clean, right. If you want to, I probably will in a second, just tidy up some of that excess just to reduce its size to make it easier to put the heat shrink on, but otherwise it's flowed pretty well. Tidy that up first. It's flux, cleanless flux, no clean, so you don't need to clean that off afterwards with any sort of flux remover. We'll clean it a little. Let's do the next one. You know, I'm simply never going to win anything with regards to soldering. I always just assume everybody's better, but just keep practicing and things do get easier over time. Oh, freaking back. Right, 1, 2, and on we go. For what it's worth, for my limited soldering skills, I could try and get a large flat tip, you know, rather than the sort of small pointy one. You think you're still going to use a small pointy one to try and do the intricate work, you know, but you need a decent surface area to get it flowing as fast as possible before that heat starts to go all the way through it and then start melting obviously everything. So yeah, it's quite clean that one. Got this excess solder. Okay. So we've got one heat shrink. Just soldered a bit of a weird angle that was, just not quite big enough to just go over. Quite a nice contact there, so I don't think it warrants redoing it. Okay, so red, black, always double check. The other heat shrinks on. So these wires are purposefully about 10 centimeters, so just in case you try and recreate this at home. So put your little ring connector on. Get manufacture these through us, but you know, truth is they're available in many places, you know, eBay and RS components and stuff. Where's the freaking crimp tool? I think this camera angle might be better. It's actually a bit more consistently on camera. Sure, I've got another black heat shrink out. Where's that gone? Oh, friggin' all the way on there. Already ahead of the game. All the same distance, surely there should be different sizes. Weird. And a little tip, these are actually a smidge outdated now as a product. So Kimri's revised their new stocks and the new bar systems to be coming as standard with pre-drilled bars. So, you know, technically companies doing Dean's mods on these can now do away with these bar kits, can now do away with soldering the original TM ones. And simply do a connector that looks exactly like this and then just solder it to the original TM bar kits. I still prefer the cool Prometheus product, but you know, Prometheus is obviously segueing out of the Airsoft parts and stuff. Well, they don't seem to be making anything new, so yeah, If we can't rely on them forever, we'll probably segue away. Plus, obviously, they don't do bar kits anymore for all of the products, you know. So, and then that's the problem. Obviously, if we rely on something and it stops being made again, being made. So just check that the plastic bits go through the holes. Sometimes you do need to drill them. So we're going to do black at the bottom, we're going to do red at the no, we're going to do black at the top, we're going to do red at the bottom. And then before we check the orientation. So it should be one upside down, red on the left and black on the right, so that's the correct orientation. We also need to put the wires on, so we need a 0.2, so a 2mm Allen key. That's basically useless now. So I'll just do it loose to start off with, because obviously we've still got to fit the bars in there. Yeah, best. Apparently on Sunday it's not 30 degrees as it is today, it's going to be 32 or whatever the hell it's peaking at. And lovely blue skies, it's going to be overcast and 24, so yeah, I'll miss out on the lovely weather again. Oh, you bastard. Just gonna give it a little tap. A little tap, tap, tappy tap. Now, the customer said that there was a part missing from the stock, which there is. So the easiest option is that's just going to be replacing that, so that's engine. Oh, 416 levers out of stock. Sock mod levers out of stock. Whole bag full of soak-on ones, just because nobody knows that the soak-on ones are the same. Quite sort of slightly lighter colour to it, but still looks alright. Pretty sure that's it. Fuck. Right, don't need that. Oh, we might as well just use any bits. The bit that people lose, and then this eventually gets lost as well. Tiny bit different shade. Adds character. Pretty sure I think these are directional. Try undoing that because it needs some Loctite. .3 apparently. .27. Broke on this one. I thought I replaced it. So upside down, red on the left, black on the right. Okay, and that way you'll always match up with the orientation of the original bar kits. no soldering, Dean's conversion to a sock mod stock, and the adjustment lever repaired. Easy as that, eh? Right, so customer wanted cover replacing, so new cover. So you want to tuck this excess down the side. You can use the crane stock batteries, and the Dean's connector fits down the outside of it. Obviously put your cover over the top, and then just put your stock back on. There you go. Repaired, yay, right. So we'll need to repair if I hadn't pinched the Dean's thing from it. Righty, so that's that done. I'm going to put that somewhere safe. Yeah. Right, I think we can start looking back at the insides now. Start moving this further forward. Oh, that battery's probably charged on that thing. I'll do that in a minute. Or should I give it some more time? Spare bits, junk. I imagine that's reseated and we're going to be out of time. Need to get this done this evening, but it is sexy weather out there. Getting there, but I think that might be safer overnight. I don't know. We used to leave them overnight, obviously with the old locks tight, and what good did that do if they were obviously coming unseated over a period of time? You know, this new stuff definitely sets off quicker, but I'll finish off the sling point and then see how it feels. Stop start, more battery. Right. That's cooling. Can't do anything until the thing is... Alright, I'm going to pause this one and I'm going to do another one. Move on to the different... well, this is kind of like in the way, innit? For fuck's sake. So normally I just jump on the second desk and work on the second gun. But obviously the camera's all here. Can't bloody win. So, half shell method. We are going to need a so we've got the grip for the gun, we have the shell itself. We're a bit all over the place on shims for that, isn't it? So there's some on the bottom and there's some on the top there, so we could have a look at those. So that goes on the top side, because this is the bottom side, and then what we're going to do is we're going to fit this onto there, and then we're going to get motor height, so which is that. We just want to know roughly within 90%, 95% whether this motor height is correct. I've got a separate wiring. Oh no, that's the wrong one. It's a bit manky this one, but I'll do. Okay, so let's get this installed. So motor and spacer in. Grip screws, U2. Hoping these shims don't move too much. We're pretty damn close, to be honest. Should really teach you all the best practice, but we'll push for time. Right. So we can now obviously have a look inside there, which you can see on there on the camera, where the actual pinion is, I need tools. Where are we? So a bit more heavy duty degreaser. Well, best video, cover up personal info. Look at this, like a whiteboard. A couple of tools. So obviously, bearing in mind it's 100 degrees in here. So we've got the pinion here. It's coming through on the motor shaft through there, and there's obviously a tower. And what we want is obviously little things to pay attention to are, is there a huge gap between obviously the tower and the grip? If there is on some shitting, you want to remove that so that you get this central, you know, to the actual hole, so coming through. So that's nice, obviously this stays there because otherwise it can drift up and down, which obviously can confuse your shimming. So then what we're doing now is, in this particular instance, is obviously on the bevel. It's shaped like that, and then there's sort of a, up here it sort of goes sort of straight a little bit, and then eventually we hit the central shaft on there, yeah? Half a bevel, there's the half over there, yeah? So, so what we're looking for is, this is obviously designed to marry up with that surface there in parallel. So, there's a sort of a lip or an arch where it sort of starts to curve off. I don't like to go too close to that. So as a general rule of thumb, you maybe want to sort of aim for maybe just hanging at this edge, possibly over here, so it's sort of more like that. Oop, like that. And if you get too close to that, like I say, you can potentially have problems. Also, some of the pinions can have some very sharp angular things. You get some nice ones like have these curved bevel edges, and you could even do it yourself, I suppose, you know, with time and equipment, but you have nice curved edges and they can be a lot more quiet, a lot more forgiving, but most of them have these sharp angular edges and stuff. So if you're too precise and be like, this is the official position, and don't give it that little bit of a over everything, sometimes it can be very harsh on the sound and stuff. So but that's obviously what we're looking for, is kind of like that position, which is very hard to demonstrate on camera, so that you know, that we know that it's in the right position. And then after that we're going to remove all this, and then we do our heights. But first we want to know that roughly, you know, give or take a quarter, half turn in one direction or the other, that we're pretty much roughly in the right place, yeah? So, and then we're now going to bring this to this. We're not going to try and turn this to bring this to this, yeah? Okay? Show and tell over. personally want to just do a small turnout. It's a much safer, much more forgiving distance. Okay, so I'm nearly full turn out there, so it's a little bit different than what Andy's perception of it was. And that's the thing, you'll find obviously different gun techs, different perceptions. You know, maybe mine turns out to be shit and I have to, you know, go back and move it in a bit. So, or you can try, and it's unfortunately where the sort of teaching ends and the artistry begins, I guess, you know, is people's perceptions of obviously what is right and what's wrong, and then obviously we can try and now do and try and get back onto the sort of world of technical, rather than guessing, you know, or I feel this is correct because of, you know, my instincts, you know, and get back to sort of proven scientifically. Is obviously we put certain tests in place, like obviously amp testing and whatnot, to make sure that obviously the audible sound when we're finished, you know, or stuff like that, to try and make sure that shimming is correct as opposed to not correct, you know. So now we need the other half, and I'm going to pop him in there. Okay. So obviously this is it without anything in there. Quite a lot of movement. Okay, so what we're going to do is we want obviously it sitting as close as possible to the actual motor, you know, the pinion itself, if you know what I mean. So we're going to put them on one side only, obviously until that's basically taken out all the slack on it. Top side, fucking mind blank, Jesus Christ. I'm pretty sure it's top side if memory serves. So then what we'll do is we'll check the bounce on top of it to see how much is there. I think it's got a bit too much protruding, but we'll put this thing on and test. So at the moment we don't need any wires in, we just need to fit the grip. there is technically even more advanced shimming in that. If you start changing lowers and uppers receivers and stuff, then I'd highly recommend doing this, but with the lower in place. So to make sure that obviously the lower doesn't have any, or if you're doing like custom grips and shit. But original TM lower, original TM grip, you know, with the exception of warping and you know, old age, there shouldn't be too much of a difference going on here. So always spring it just to make sure that it's free moving and that you're properly onto it and it's not trapped. So what we can do now, you can start to see the, if you turn it, obviously it's at the gravity, and this is why it's so important to make sure that obviously these are correctly seated and don't actually grip the shaft. You can get manufacturing discrepancies between original TM gears and aftermarket bushings, and it's not so much the aftermarket bushings, is that TM's heat sintering process for obviously cooking and baking gears can sometimes come up big, can sometimes come up small. So, which is why we always reshim original TM gearboxes. Yeah, so if we're working on them, so we will double check, if you know what I mean, the resistance, because obviously if you just happen to have one, unlucky, but happen to have one that's got obviously these sort of fat shafts in there, then obviously they're going to be sort of binding. Obviously your amp usage is going to be through the roof, and you're going to be obviously prolifically locking up on single shots. So yeah. So if we look at the bounce on here, obviously there's quite a bit of a gap. So if that was the correct shim, if you know what I mean, that's which I don't think it is. Obviously that's a huge gap between there. So we need to stack that out. So that's quite a bit lower. And here comes the time-consuming bit, because we're going to trial some different ones and methods. Try not to obviously over tighten anything here. Obviously we don't want to move things or pull things too close to each other. Also obviously repeated disassemblies and doing all this, we don't want to mess up any threads. What I was hoping to get away with, obviously not having to reshim this time wise. That would have well, it does, you know, if you skip shimming, you know, so on any gun, you know, I imagine it's super quick to just change a spring, so without touching shimming. But you know, it's such an important performance part, and if it's wrong, you know, long term, it can just sap your time. You're always fighting against something that's potentially wrong. what's happened, they've been switched around. So it's 4.8 and that is not enough. That said, we did change the adjustment, the height adjustment, didn't we? Moved it further out, so there would be a bigger gap there now. I've got a 95. Is that going to be too much by just doubling it? So, and it's time consuming, and I'm not using an electric screwdriver, you know, because obviously we don't want to mess up these threads. So we're just going to be putting these in. Obviously you don't want to over tighten them, we just want them in just enough so that we can obviously get ideally as accurate as possible measurement on obviously the because obviously closing these up can sometimes, you know, remove a 0.01 gap, which is the size of a shim. So obviously it is important to obviously do these, you know, shells up, if you know what I mean, to remove any gaps between the two when you're doing the shimming, so that we can obviously get the most accurate measurement possible. Close now, a bit too much. One, and I dropped the other one, didn't I? Oh, we are running out of time on my shift. Oh, we might have to call it quits and carry on in the morning. I'll just come in early and see if I can get some progress on it. It would be nice if we just know for sure that like, shimming's ready and we just got to go to full assembly. Obviously after double checking if we technically still have a feeding issue, don't we, to sort after all this crap. So it's fun, isn't it? So we need something light. I usually use a little hand file wherever he's been put. Bugger me, it's got bloody camouflage on this desk, isn't he? That'll do. So I always turn them just in case there's any discrepancy with the, sometimes the gears are misshapen, some of the low cost ones like SHS and stuff. You turn it around like one size, or like I say, if you get the bearings slightly askew, I mean it's not, you can still make it work and stuff, it's just you have to allow a little bit more slack, you know, for the areas that are uneven. I mean, that bounce is when you're just moving it backwards and forwards. There's obviously no up movement anymore, obviously definitely no down movement, definitely no movement, you know, in it at all. So, and like I say, in this back and forward slack, shit, what do they call it? Bounce, no. Slack, no. think that's enough. So we'll try, because obviously that's the thing, is obviously sometimes you have to try, this could be spot on. I don't think it is, I think it's too tight, but you know, we will need to go back, remove one, so take it 0.1 down, try and add some slack, and then decide if 0.1, which is obviously the smallest increments we can go, is just too, too much slack, so then we'll obviously err on the side of tighter, but order, much appreciated. Okay, so we know possibly a little bit too tight is going to be 0.94. So somehow we need to see 0.84 with a combination of shims. So maybe some 2s. So we've got 0.38 now. Let's combine it with one of these. I mean, if you want the easiest, you just stack with 8, 0.1s, but it does use a lot of shims up. You get left over loads of big ones, so if you can squeeze in some big ones and work it out with it. So we're now at 0.85, right? So we were at 9.4, so we have reduced it 0.1, well, 0.9, but yeah. So we're now going to put that on there and see if obviously that change has made the correct sort of feeling like it's a bit closer. And remember, we technically can go a little bit that way, a little bit that way, within reason. Obviously we know that roughly, give or take, I'll say quarter turns that way, half turn that way, we know visually it looks to be about right, yeah. So but so we do have some movement backwards and forwards. It's just we want to remove the sort of large movements up and down and basically having no idea where it is, yeah. So and then obviously you use it for half a day and you take your motor out because it's making a wheezy noise and it's just a nub of metal left, because it's all just turned into dust inside your gun, so that's what we're trying to remove, and sort of shrugging your shoulders thinking, well, I don't know what I did wrong, so it's that's why in theory it's a bit more scientific, this method. I mean, usually you don't go too far on getting flush in line, but it doesn't always work depending on motor. I mean, TM one, and is obviously designed to be pretty, especially with TM gears, but right in the centre. Because obviously, if you was an engineer, that's how you design it, wouldn't you? You wouldn't design shafts to be sticking 5 metre out, would you? So you'd be designed everything to be perfectly flush. So I imagine that's how it is originally done. So as a general rule of thumb, you know, doing all your gears, if you know what I mean, so they're all neatly in line, and then just winding the motor in and out is one way of shimming, you know. So but you know, you might find yourself, you know, there 70, 80, maybe even 90% of the time. Grip back on. Backward, forwards always. So these grip screws can sometimes often be damaged if obviously motors are not in the correct positions, and you start to obviously tighten down and clamp it all in there. You can obviously destroy screw threads that way. Don't forget to turn it a few times. Still no bounce on there. And the reason obviously you can change something and still not getting any bounce is because if you remember my sexy diagram, obviously with the pinion coming in, if this is pressing too down, oh shit, pressing too far down on there, your motor effectively does this and gets pushed down out of the way. So we're obviously doing all this, clamping it all in, pushing the motor in there, and it's effectively doing this, and the pinion is, I mean, this is an exaggeration, but you know, pinion's doing that, it's being pushed out of the way and down. So obviously what we need to do, and the reason we all, as far as I'm aware, most gun techs want to see some sort of a bounce, is to know that you've not over shimmed, yeah. So and that's not pushing it down, which is obviously why, you know, making sure the tower, you know, has no slack can be so good, because obviously if there's huge slack there, you can naturally have that, yeah, just because obviously you've accidentally just ever so slightly just over shimmed, and it's just almost moved it out of the way with effortless, because obviously there's huge gaps here and here, yeah. So this needs to be, I mean, perfect tower shaft is just, it's a big addition to making consistently more accurate shims, yeah. Because remember, obviously, you know, a lot of people can get away with 1 or 2 guns, yeah, but can you do 100 or 1,000, yeah? So obviously, and all the different guns and all the different motor combinations and all the different grip combinations, and nail it 100% of the time, every time, you know. And that's obviously where this process comes in, to try and rule out the difficult ones, you know, like the so many different guns, PSG1, Scorpion, you know what I mean, so MP5s, the K models, you know, yeah, you know, there's some real hard ones out there. Right, I'm just going to move that to the side, because you know, I'm pretty sure that's, we're not going to be needing that one unless we need it for something else. I just don't want to confuse things shimming wise. leaning towards moving just a hole 2. That still felt pretty tight, so just get a 2, take it completely out of there. You know, move the dial a big bit. I mean, it should be done 0.1 at a time. But you know, sometimes you just got to let experience override things a bit. Just watch Superman. Recommend it, it's excellent. Oh, there you go, world. Mark recommends watching the new Superman. Is that a paid endorsement? I don't know. Another DC reboot. You've got to give it a chance, I guess, ain't you? You know, I must admit, Peacemaker was fantastic show. That was very funny, and that's supposedly meant to be in the new DC verse, the new one. What's left of it anyway. Right. So yeah, so if you go and watch it and you don't like it, blame Mark. So you don't know who Mark is, but blame him anyway. No, fucking concentrate, do that, and we need a 0.2, don't we? Right, okay, we're moving the whole 0.2 over. There's 0.2 there, because yes, see, it's so easy to lose the shims, isn't it? It becomes a blur. Yeah, a little higher now. And again. You can see after all this, when you finish doing all of this and then somebody says after you've finished it all, I got it all back to them, I've changed my mind on like a grip. Is there any chance of just putting a new grip on there? Ideally we like to do it all, everything, you name it, yeah, and the kitchen sink. Ideally, you know, now. This is when we want to do everything. Level 10s, custom parts, get it all in. You know, some of the stuff like this is pretty much the proper way is a full reshim, you know, in order to put a new grip on, technically, you know. I mean, you can do it the sort of, you know, quick height adjustment and hope for the best way, but, you know, technically. Oh, now we've got some movement. So we've got a bit of movement now. Certainly enough to hear. I mean, that feels like too much. I hate to use the word feel. It should be scientifically measured, but sometimes, you know, you do have to, on certain ones, leave a little bit extra just because obviously they're sharp edges on pinions, or because of the angle of the grip or something like that. It does need a little bit more forgiveness. I think that's too much forgiveness though. I mean, you have to remember that obviously once you've shimmed on the other side, this will be in a fixed position, you know. It'll be fixed up there with that much distance between. And we're not talking a lot here, are we? You know, so it's still gripping it, it's still hitting it. And obviously the problem is obviously if you shim it too close, then obviously you've got no backlash, sorry that's the word, backlash between the two, you know, so that obviously you've got that physical gap between, you know, them. So therefore, obviously, it's you know, either sounding noisy, you know, well, especially it can sound noisy if it's too much of a gap, but you know, if it's worst case, you know, too close and therefore grinding it away, you know. But I think we just need to put a 0.1 on there. So let's try that. It's annoying because obviously, you know, I took a 2 off and you know, I could have then just at that particular point then just done the 0.1 thing, but at least we've now potentially seen it gone too far, right? So we might know that, like I say, this is now just too little, you know. So and then somewhere in between it's going to be our sweet spot. Start because I've still got to transfer all this off this tiny little memory card I've got. I found it in a drawer and it's working. So in fact, I'm going to leave a note and then we'll carry on in the morning. So we are going to be adding 0.1. So ready for tomorrow. Let me get a piece of paper out and a pen. Right, so I'll get cleaned off and shut down this place. So we're going to pop that there. We'll leave it and we'll carry on tomorrow. And also, in hindsight, I now decided I need better chairs because this back support is terrible. Right, okay, so I'll carry on tomorrow. Okay, we're continuing. We've got to add one reshim. Okay. Righty. So we turn it a few times. There's just no bounce there whatsoever. Completely moved out any slack. I mean, I know there was a little bit of movement, but I think that's too tight. So we know that even though the other one felt a bit slack, you know, in terms of it's obviously much better than being obviously too tight. So we could obviously move the motor out, but we don't want to plan around that since we have currently got the motor set in the correct position. So I'm going to try and set it up so that it's the optimal position already. So if we decided on the shimming, you know, for the top of it, we now need to fill out the bottom of it with you know, to take out obviously as much play as possible. That will set the height on the bevel, and obviously we've already set the height because of this motor screw on the motor. So in theory we can now start moving forward to actual practical testing, just to make sure that it sounds good. basically the first part of our quality control tests. Sometimes it can be pretty handy keeping like razor blades and stuff around. So you can get the shims off. To 8. Okay, so there's the 2 with the 0.1 removed. Pop that back in the 0.1 box. So now we know that the top side of the bevel is going to be 0.65. As we go forward now, you're going to want to be popping little bits of grease on. Now that we're fairly certain we're happy with that, just to hold these in place. We'll start losing these. Okay, so 0.65 did I say for that? So we need a pen. So we're just checking now, obviously, that the other side of it, so we've got a bit of a slack on that, but we'll take out the excess on the shell, just make sure that doesn't Right, so still a bit of movement on that, so we'll just keep adding 0.1, that's where your 0.1s get used up. It's the most accurate shim, but you know, You can always consolidate later if you want to recover them, you know, so just measure a couple of ones and change them out for a 2 or something, but again, if you do that, you should technically retest again. In fact, I'm going to go 0.2, and then if it's too tight, we know we can remove one. Oh Jesus. Yeah, they're spot on, so we've got a tiny bit of movement, still free moving, but while taking out the majority of slack, so it's good. Obviously any more I think on that one, and I mean you can test it, that's technically best practice if we're teaching that, is to test obviously the next shim on there. I'm pretty sure that would be too tight to that particular point. So just for our records, just in case we fuck up, it's 0.70. A bit of grease on this, so we're going to be doing a test with this soon. Okay, so let me jot that figure down before I forget it. 0.70 on the bevel. Okay, so we should have some wires somewhere. Okay, now we've got lovely wiring on the MOSFET. It fits all beautifully in there. Okay, because obviously we don't have a switch contact switch set anymore in this, if you know what I mean. So obviously we've got our lovely lovely original wiring. Which I need a bit more length on that red, don't I? And black for that matter. Is there another one I should use? Quite sure. So we could obviously just fit that. Technically would work, wouldn't it? The reason we're not though is because of problems. So obviously best laid plans. You hope that there's absolutely no issues whatsoever with the shimming. It's all perfect and whatnot, and probably isn't, you know. But what if there is? What if it's shimmed too tight? Then you get that feedback through the MOSFET, if you know what I mean, and then you get obviously problems. Also taken out of the equation, we get definitively clean, you know, amp reading of just, you know, the actual result of what's on this wire. Keeps it a simple circuit. Just take MOSFETs out of the equation, but mostly it's safety. So for the MOSFET itself. Check the links. Looks about right, doesn't it? Let's try it. So we put our bevel in. Okay. So the thing about this is like a test harness. Been meaning to put some kind of a switch on there, but I never got around to it. Right. So we're going to pop the motor on. When you deal with wires, you'll need a roll pin. Basically make sure that wire is clear of the hole. It's Teflon coated so you can bend it to shape. Sometimes it can be one of the hardest things, obviously routing wiring. This is obviously you put it all on and you think everything is obviously spot on, and you don't realise you just moved the motor in too far because you obviously trapped the wire. So then obviously that then skews the testing results, so it's important to try and get that all fit properly. Just a little bit of grease on the shaft just to try and quieten it down. We want to make sure that there's no excess noise coming from just metal on metal parts as opposed to poor shimming, you know what I mean? So obviously the reason we test without all the rest of the gears in is because obviously we need a result just from here and a measurement just from this. You know, there's no point carrying on with the rest obviously if this is wrong. Also, this is the least amount of other things, therefore the quietest it could possibly be, without obviously a banging compression set or a moving piston or a piston head hitting or other gears making other noises and stuff. You know, we can just hear the motor and the one gear, if you know what I mean, and it's ideally it's quiet as possible sort of way it could be. So we'll get this hopefully not being terrible, so with, like I say, we go 90% there with obviously the height adjustment, getting the height motor set and obviously ideally getting it and fingers crossed it's obviously spot on. If not, then obviously we've got that 5% where we can obviously tweak it left and right to try and get it just sounding spot on, if you know what I mean. So effectively that last 5%, that's what we're hoping for. If not, then obviously I'll be unplugging this pretty quick. So it's hard to hear, if you know what I mean. So, but obviously that essentially quite loud noise was initially was obviously it being slightly too far out, which you could tell by this anyway, because obviously when the motor spacer wasn't in, obviously the motor height was obviously on the furthest possible limit. So obviously we were planning on effectively, if anything was needed, that we probably, the fact that it was slightly loose on the shimming, slightly the highest extreme, if you know what I mean, on the motor base plate, odds are, and the fact that we did wind it out a little bit, when we originally set the height, that we were probably going to have to wind in a little bit, which we did initially. So obviously a quick turn obviously made it sound substantially better. And then what we want to do is the same as when we're setting up hops and stuff. You never know you've reached the limit of a hop until you've obviously overhopped. If you never overhop, you never know you've gone too far. So you need to find the limit. So we go in too far, obviously get it sounding bad, then we obviously back off, and then in theory, like I say, that is now spot on. And we know that obviously the height, because we've seen it give or take a quarter turn left and right, it is definitely visually in the right area, if you know what I mean, as opposed to sort of not, obviously we've brought the height and set the height to the actual pinion itself. So now so pinions set, bevels set, if you know what I mean. So all of it's set. If you want to, just bear in mind obviously with brushed motors that you don't have an infinite amount of time that you can run them for. Before obviously heat can affect certain parts of them. So obviously yes, you can do a small bedding in if you want to. You can even plug on things like 11 volt just to make things happen a bit quicker. So in theory, like I say, you could theoretically just let that bed in, see if it potentially has a reduction, but in my experience with obviously the very hard metals of some of these aftermarket upgraded ones, should be there a while, and that while would obviously cause more of a problem with the motor than it's worth actually doing. So yeah, we're going to take an amp reading because that is part of our QC, so that we do this test right here, and then we actually get a reading before we can actually carry on. And then we're hoping that actually you could technically compare this reading to, say, just the motor on its own. So then you've got a motor on its own reading, you've got a motor with one gear reading. You could then take a motor reading with obviously 3 gears, amp reading. You could then obviously take a reading with 3 gears and a compression set and spring. Yeah. So and obviously taking these measurements at different stages, and then obviously just in case, because obviously we're human beings, all of us gun techs, it is possible to sometimes measure 2 and 2 and get a 5, so and think to yourself, well, what's going on here? So obviously you can then in theory go back a step or catch that problem if you've accidentally created it because a shimmers fell off and you put it on the wrong place or something like that. But that's what we call our 4-stage quality check, with obviously the further stages being range testing, and just to make sure that obviously everything is shooting actually correct, because there's no point doing hop installations and not going out and actually range testing it, so that sort of concept of taking on a bench, installing all the hop rubbers and then saying yep, done, and then giving it back to the customer, it's absolutely pointless without making sure that that hop is actually installed correctly and shooting it at 65 meters, because sometimes there's a punch in or not quite right and it just shoots all over the place. So really testing at all stages, which is incredibly time consuming, is king when it comes to gun teching, and often overlooked. Oh shit, do I get that amp reading? I didn't when I was nattering away. Unplug the wrong one. Okay, so we should have our readings on there, and then we can just jot them down on the paperwork. I'm not sure there's ever sometimes there is an obvious, right and wrong. So, but each gun has its own personality, its parts. I suppose if you do hundreds of them, you can start to compare, certain parts and find out. Obviously, this is why we obviously take the readings. So motor only. We'll get that in a minute. So pinion only. Is 4.68 amps. I've seen lower. With a watt peak of 36. Alright, so we have numbers, and then we can compare with other numbers. Obviously I've seen lower because obviously we install brushless to starter motors, and they'll be often as low as 2 and sometimes lower amp draw, which is just why they're so efficient and so good as a product. Jesus, that's hot. It's not even like we run it for long, is it? That's why you can't run it for too long, if you know what I mean. All the plastic bushings will just melt inside. A little red Loctite on this rubber screw just to hold that in place, because obviously we don't want that unwinding ever again. Right, so motor grip off, and then we just do the rest of the shimming. So make sure you recover all those shims, sneaky buggers. Right, pop it to the side with obviously your shims on. Right, now we can check. We had this one here and we think they were right, but we'll pop them on and double check. We wanted to shorten the red, didn't we? And we wanted to lengthen the black. too much play there, and not enough on the underside. I mean, you can check obviously step heights inside here, and obviously we always recommend doing that, but as a general rule, obviously getting this one centrally, you know, especially with obviously the benefit of these super torque, you know, bevels, you know, there's just such a better design than the old crappy V2 method. So, but getting all guns to move across to that is a pain in the arse. So there's effectively no step height on this. You know, you can shim it anywhere, and it's just always making contact. Yeah. Underside, I said, didn't I? It's got a 0.1 on the underside, so that's not enough, is it? Let's try a 0.2 and a 0.1. A little movement. Yeah, that's loads better, isn't it? Let's just try one more 0.1. Could be too much. So you don't want to go too far to try and remove all that slack that you know, go over tight. You always have to potentially take into consideration, you know, that yes, we've got the screws in here, but you know, what if, you know, so if something was to just make it a smidge smaller during the installation process. Oh, you fucker. Dear, oh dear, oh dear. What was he talking about when shit happens? Point 2, 0.1, and everything else. I think that side's spot on, so I'm going to take a measurement of that for now anyway. 90. A spur top, just in case we drop it again. So 0.2. With another 0.2. That's 0.1. That's 22. See how easy it is to get these things mixed up. And suddenly everything's in skewed. Suddenly your gun's over shimmed and problems, but you're absolutely certain it is all spot on. Done the shim myself, I know it's spot on. That's why as gun techs we simply cannot possibly ever rule out human error. Just this utter mental arrogance to assume that it's impossible to ever make a mistake because we've just been doing this for too long. It's just too easy to make a mistake, if anything. It's taking all out now, isn't it? Oh, it's still got a tiny bit of movement, so that'll probably be alright then. Give it a double check just to make sure it spins. Yep. Got that bit of movement on it, that's good. Right. So that one's set. Remember, concept, simple concept, try to take out as much slack as humanly possible, you know, while somehow trying to get the gears in the middle of the, you know, gearbox, while not obviously, you know, going too tight. So we've got 0.4 on the bottom. And we've just got a sector to do now. So you can check step heights, you know, just to double check, so you can do things like obviously pop him in with this. You know, with the step heights being the gap, if you know what I mean, between the, oh shit, I'm not even on camera, in the gap between to the heights basically. So obviously what you don't want is obviously this one shimmed so high that it's not even touching these gears, or it's touching half of them, but that one there is spot on. Obviously if this was shimmed a bit higher, you know, it's like maybe longer motors and stuff, you know, like the warheads or you know, sort of more incompatible stuff, sometimes incompatible bushings, you know, that are forcing it all to be shimmed just naturally higher, then like maybe we'd have to raise this one, so obviously the top shaft to be protruding. But in a nutshell, obviously if you do get protruding shafts, I mean, I definitely just double check everything, you know, just, I mean, it's not impossible, you know, there are some situations, but yeah, I mean, if you get a large, you know, protruding shaft on that middle spur gear, you know, I think that's the whole thing needs to be re-looked at, if you know, to see if it's possible to get it more central, you know. So unless it's like say a specific you know, part that's taking it out of whack like that. So we know that they're all okay, which we can take out and put to the side. Again, just double check you don't leave any shims lying around. No shims, no shims, no shims, no shims. No shims. Right, that's now put to the side. So we have a sector with these shims that were taken off previously. Like I say, to be fair to previous gun tech, obviously we have reseated bushings. Is it possible for me to be a bit more central for you guys? I usually get a really quick idea if it's even remotely close before bothering. This one's pretty close. So again, we've got a fairly central shaft there, which is nice to see. It's going to be pretty close, isn't it? No, I'm happy with that. We're going to leave that as is. There we go, that's good. That one's already fine. So that one's checked. Okay, so we've got that set. Obviously the only other thing we need to do is just double check obviously the heights of this sector with the other components. Obviously there's the sector gear below it. We obviously don't want these two surfaces rubbing together, obviously causing friction, and you know, worst case obviously with uneven gears, because there is such a thing, you know, obviously them colliding of some description at certain points. We also need, before we fanny around, a measurement of these so that we don't have to do this ever again. Well, say ever again, obviously, you know, you reseat the bushings, all the bets are off again. You know, from a servicing perspective, it's better to catch that as a problem, you know, before it becomes anything worse. So, even though it's obviously time. So 0.76. Top. .48. No more, no more, no more, no more. Okay. Right. So we were checking heights because we're being very thorough. So just look for the actual, you know, light behind it to make sure that there's obviously a sort of visible light gap. This is actually quite a big gap. I don't know about big, but you know, it's plenty, sufficient. And the sector is nicely placed in the middle of the thing. So the only other thing we need to consider now is obviously, now that we've considered these interactions, which is often forgot, but what about the interactions of the parts that are above it? Yeah. So for instance, tappet plate. Okay, so how is it going to interact with this? Because even though we've obviously shimmed this with a nice big gap, you know, between that and that, nice and high, these are definitely having a great time, you know,
obviously what if we've shimmed it so high that this is being pushed against the top of the bloody gearbox shell, you know. So and obviously now this is slow moving, doesn't bloody work, you know. All kinds of problems. So yeah, we need to make sure that obviously that's in situ and all good. It's pretty close, so there could be some merit in lowering, but let me just check this. So as we put these together, start to obviously pull the shells together and obviously reduce all that slack space. So what we can do is move it backwards and forwards and check for clearance. Obviously now the shims are in theory obviously that sector gear shouldn't move, it's obviously of a fixed height. Obviously if we're moving this backwards and forwards, you know, you could be able to see the sector gear in there. And then obviously as we're moving this backwards and forwards, you know, you would obviously see and feel obviously any fouling, any interaction problems and stuff, because obviously that would be actually rubbing on that. You might even be potentially moving that and rocking it backwards and forwards. You know, this has obviously full clearance, so that's nice. And then obviously we've also, you know, technically tested the clearance of this, because when you are changing parts, obviously you do need to check stuff like that. We're probably going to be, just obviously time wise, this is the problem where obviously with GunTech, and we could obviously now build up. We've already spent huge amounts of time, because this is you know, look how long this is all taking. Yeah, so, and this is our problem with GunTech, and you know why it's not a massively great paying job, because obviously the amount of time that you spend, you know, having to do all this, you know, in order to you know, make sure, right, that the customer gets, you know, 100% good working gun for as long as we can make parts that consume and move, you know, together, work for as long as they can. So yeah, and it's I don't know, and then obviously the other things like obviously having to stop in between and confirm that obviously it's okay if we put some parts in, you know, so and spend some more of your money, because obviously that's the easiest part and best part for me, because obviously you get to upgrade, and theoretically as long as you don't introduce a problem, you know, the customer gets obviously upgraded parts, and then obviously if there is an issue with obviously this one of these parts, we are then replacing that issue, or you know, we could just reassemble these parts right now and there was some kind of a fitment issue, and everything's resolved and right in the world again, you know, like literally rebuilding it fixes the issue. So yeah, weird GunTech in there. Right, so that's all happy. We're happy with that. Now we can do an final amp test, and then obviously move away from shimming. So the only other one that would be possible to check would be height on half-tooth piston bodies. Sometimes it is worth taking a glance at that. So sometimes, all times. Obviously normal full V2 racks, you know, it's not really something you have to think about, but obviously a half-tooth rack, yeah, there is stuff to think about. So So this would obviously fit over there. Basically move this backwards and forwards and just check for clearance, and that is miles. That's good. Okay, so one last test just for QC reasons. We're going to put a bit more grease on. So one really good thing as well with the taking the MOSFET out is that you get the benefit of greasing. Whereas obviously just a straight MOSFET install, you do have to worry about excess grease covering sensors. So one QC change that we had to do as part of our process was to make sure that we remove the MOSFET test with greased gears. So screw, screw. You won't get any more chances to QC, so try and rule out any problems you haven't thought about, like obviously putting all the screws in. It's constantly feeling like it's not quite going right. Slacken off the shell a bit. See if I can find the threads first. There it goes. sometimes I feel like I want to switch on it, you know. Right, so more numbers. Numbers are fun. We need numbers to make sure we're doing everything right. So motor only. We've got a 4.2 amp peak. Sorry, 4.82. 4.82. And was that 37? Come back, come back. 37.3 watt peak. Now obviously you could be all fancy scientific and say, well, it's just one reading, obviously you need to take 10 readings and take an average. It's like, yeah, well, you know, I don't want to be fucking here all day, Jesus. So we've got, you know, motor reading obviously of 4.8, you know, essentially opinion only reading of 4.68, yeah, suggesting that ironically, without any gears attached, it's actually producing a higher amp draw, which could be an erroneous reading, so or it could indicate something that happens, if you know what I mean, under load, if you know what I mean, that actually reduces the amp a little bit, if you know what I mean, so draw. But either way, we know that obviously adding our shimming and our motors and stuff hasn't made things worse, yeah, so so therefore quality checked. So roll pin. Make sure you bend your wires the correct directions. Okie dokie. obviously, you know, things to look out for just from previous guns and stuff would be obviously something giving way on obviously this Loctite and spinning shafts. That could indicate obviously too much of a grip between shaft and thing. You'll have to then sand the shafts in order to get better, smoother movement. Just never assume, if you know what I mean, that every single part in the world ever is straight fit. Sometimes you do need to tech and do stuff. Okay, so 41 WP. .36 amps. So adding some gears, it has got us a 0.70 loss, you know, in terms of amp draw, which is fine because we are adding things. You know, you would expect the motor to be working extra. Obviously, to give you an idea on obviously the final result of what we're looking for is, in the grander scheme of things, airsoft guns have 20 amp fuses. Yeah. So so obviously what we're looking for, you know, is keeping the you know, the amp draw on that current, yeah, so of that wiring, if you know what I mean, below ideally 20 amps, so that obviously any slow blow amp fuse 20 amps is not going to blow. Obviously if you shim a gun up and it's drawing 25 amps, you know, and it has a 20 amp fuse, you know, originally on that circuit, you know, just saying, well, you know, you fit stronger stuff in there so it's going to be more draw, that's too easy an answer. So obviously what you can do is obviously keep taking these notes for every single gun build that you do, and then obviously you'll start to see averages, and yes, it changes between parts and guns, but you will start to see averages, you will start to know, but yes, as a general rule of thumb, at the end when we add the load and when we put this tester on again, and then we test the gun, you know, obviously if we're sitting here pulling, you know, 25 amps, you know, so you know, so you know, general indication is that that obviously something went wrong in this whole process, you know. So but what we're hoping for is to get these numbers, you know, as low as possible, so that obviously that is more battery life to the customer, that is less heat produced, and just overall, you know, better experience for the customer. So yeah, please have a good, yeah, I did have a cup somewhere. Just whack an 11 on there while I'm here real quick. Pristine. Where's my cylinder gone? Am I being blind? Cylinder. Gotcha. Okay. I need a. Where's my. Where's the grease? Flipping hell, go on. Buried probably. Oh, cheers, thank you. Yeah, squeeze them on there. Okay, thank you. Oh, it's not pea, honestly, it's green tea. I love the stuff. Okay, so directional nozzles on this particular gun. Right. So when you pop these in, with no spring, sometimes you do get hop unit incompatibilities, not so much on recoils but on other guns. So one test is taken the hop unit, obviously on full extension it should meet with the actual hop rubber, and ever so slightly push it back, because that's an indication that it's actually meeting the lips. Yeah, and then the lips obviously force it back, and then obviously under force obviously it's going to press it into the lips and form your seal. Okay, so as a general rule of thumb, yes, we'd expect it to edge that back. Okay, general rule of thumb. So the other one to test for is obviously the opposite. So obviously when this retracts, onto full extension, okay, and then we again put this in here, up against the actual unit itself, then we tilt it. Oh look, I can't see a friggin' thing. I need a torch.
That's a 412 on reach.
Oh, sorry? 4.6, yeah.
4 and 2.
4.6, yeah.
And his range a little bit longer.
Yeah, try the new pull box. Oh, what, from MAgpul?
Yeah.
No, not from MAgpul, but like I say, try the new pull box or try the TM box. So TM actually, so they do some longer battle style ones. Yeah, yeah, try that box.
No, I mean, technically, obviously, while we do tests, you know, as in theory, they produce results. But, you know, and then you make changes based upon a test and its results and stuff. Have I been graffiti on this with bloody... No, I haven't. Shit. Fucking hell. It'll come off. There you are, water again. So we've got a hop unit, hole, and then shining my light through. Now obviously, you know, the hop unit hole, you know, is going to accept a BB, which is, you know, 6mm, which is going to be somewhere inside there. So at the moment, you know, on full retraction, which you got to remember, obviously this is obviously happening in microseconds, you know, so it's obviously, you know, retract and back, you know, so obviously all this happens super quick. So when I'm holding it in its furthest back position, you know, that's real luxury situation, you know. Obviously in theory, in my experience, you know, opinion, you know, we should really be having a clear area there, you know, so within reason, you know, I can definitely see about that much of the actual nozzle coming through. Now obviously these nozzles have a unique cutout in there to obviously allow feeding, because it doesn't fully retract all the way. TM knew that, and then they added a cutout, you know, to obviously almost like sort of an afterthought, you know, sort of like, oh well, that was wrong, alright, we'll put a cutout, yeah, so job done. And it obviously allowed feeding, the benefit being is obviously it doesn't have to deliberately go back that far to improve, you know, allow the feeding. So but it does mean that obviously the nozzle is now directional, yeah. So but yeah, I mean, it's covering that much. So obviously we're trying to fit this BB, you know, in that, and obviously it needs to go into there and then through to the, you know, hop unit, but that might be blocking it. And obviously the reason why it might be intermittent is because maybe sort of one time it goes maybe that far back because of speed, yeah, and momentum, and another time maybe it goes that far back, and another time maybe it goes that far back, and another, you know, and you know, fast, you know, that momentum, if you know what I mean, is probably causing inconsistency there. So we could shorten the nozzle. That's a bit of a gamble, isn't it? You know, I mean, we're talking about original parts, you know, so so why is obviously that now, you know, doing that? You know, it didn't do it originally, brand new, you know, so so it's developed that fault. So you can only assume, if you know what I mean, a small incremental amount of wear has happened enough to cause this problem. So which sucks, but technically everything inside this gearbox is consumable. So I'm thinking like maybe just trying a combination of different parts rather than me just modifying bits to hope that it works. Obviously they are original parts, you know, there are upgrade parts available, so what we'll do is we'll try just visually really quickly now, if you know what I mean, a different combination of parts, just to see if the result inside there visibly looks different, and then we'll get back on our whiteboard and do a description.
Pack boxes. He got one with a laser light in town.
Not in town, so it's back. But we could order it, so
Yeah.
it's just, well, I assume it's in stock. We'd have to double check on that'd be on New Cross site for that one. Yeah. It's called the MPQ. Searching for it. Jeepers, we're down to the last little few bits of these. Oh. Right. So I was obviously hoping for a slight AOE adjustment, you know, while we're in there. Obviously they're not breaking the bank, these things. Well, easier said than done, I guess. I'm paying a bill. So they're the bits we're replacing.
Super lube. There's always time for lube. Name that film. Love, Honor and Obey. Classic. Cool, she's tight fit. Oh, she's tight. Right. Shiny, shiny parts. With so shiny parts. Just going to try the thicker one first. See finer. Just chamfer off that end just to make it sort of just a bit smoother. Sometimes with the manufacturing there can be sharp edges on CNC things. We have to do it a lot with things like zero trigger sets and stuff. Where's my nozzle? And we're just checking fitment. There we go, so that's not tight at all. Oh, come on, there is it. Back of it. So we're going to be checking the
this nozzle just to see if obviously there was any fitment issues. Okay, so this particular one to use our board again. I mean, the holy grail is obviously when you get into airsoft guns and you're trying to find a problem, and obviously, you know, a tappet plate snapped in half. That could be a really good reason why it's not feeding. Instead, we've got to deal with this. So the best way to describe obviously what I'm seeing is not that. So it's just an open hole. So I would, you know, bearing in mind obviously it's a somewhat fudge test, just holding that there, you know, but it looks different. You know, it looks like there's a gap now, you know, so which would suggest that yes, if I put these parts in versus the trying to simply refit the original parts that for some reason are not going back far enough, even though I can't, you know, tangibly see, you know, the change, if you know what I mean. It's yeah, looks like this combination of parts is going to resolve this issue, and obviously, you know, assuming we don't create new issues, which is always fun, that we should be resolving the problem that the customer had. So, which is the goal, surely. Just push a step back. It's good. So we're going to move forward to full reassembly now, to crack on with things, because obviously, you know, we need to start moving this forward. It's been ages re-shimming. Obviously ages double checking the actual fault. We think we've proven it out, so let's go full reassembly and a functional test. Yeah, so with these new parts inside. So compression test passed. So we've got a compression set there which obviously works, which we can pop back in there. We are going to put the MOSFET back in. So obviously when spinning it at high speed with the grease on, to go back to another point from earlier, it will splay all the excess grease off, which is why I recommend getting that 11 volt on there and giving it a good run in, get rid of the excess. Now, barring you being very unlucky, what's left on there has, you know, stayed on there, so, and should hopefully continue to stay on there, thus getting the benefit of
MOSFET and grease, as opposed to going and having to have it dry because of MOSFET and the risk of it splaying and obviously having it come back because of a sensor that's covered in sheet. Okay, the latest batches have this little cutout for the wiring, so just to make it a little easier when we're installing these MOSFETs. Thank you, TM. It's almost like to think about this stuff, innit? Just for us. So that gets our wires in place. Then we've got a one more screw, I believe I took out. Pen. So FPS cylinder. There it is. There it is. So you want this MOSFET board so that obviously it's going to cut across this lobe at the bottom here. So this gear has an anti-reversal latch on it. We set the gears 90 degrees on the timing lobe for the tappet plate. We have a trigger which we put the spring on earlier to make installation convenient and easy, like that. So when you're fitting these with Jeftrons, I do recommend a smidge of grease at the top here.
and the real feel trigger system. Compression set. So one mod I do on these, I mean I don't think it'd be an issue on this particular one, but if you're fitting up the brushless motors and stuff, I like to take the top off the top of this tooth here. So obviously there's a complete removal of that tooth, but I also like to take the top off that one, just in case there's any premature engagement from somebody using a faster battery. It has no detrimental effects removing it, but has all positive effects, obviously in making the gun not lock up, you know. So okay, just a small compatibility mod there, which obviously doesn't take too much time to just do, and theoretically adds some more longevity to the customer's gun. It's more in case shit, you know, for certain combinations of certain things people can do. So obviously a much better angle of engagement with obviously the addition of the sorbo pad on the front of this that comes as standard, so it just spaces that at a much better space for a better pickup. So final checks. This I think we're ready to put this back on. Just grab a photo of that before I close it back up. Got to cover yourself in tech gold, just taking photos, videos, you know. So one of the most important things you can do, obviously on this particular gearbox, is nice and easy. You can stick your finger at the back here and you can make sure that the piston's on the runner, okay? But with closed gearboxes it's harder, so get in the habit of, obviously on the final disassembly, that's what I teach Andy anyway, is to make sure that this is done, so you can feel obviously the piston moving. If you can't, even if you're having to compress the spring, then obviously go back in and make sure that's not on a run. There's no point applying speed and power from a motor, doing the whole reassembly of a gun if a piston's jammed because it's stuck on some rails, yeah? So it's just a quick test that you can do to quickly just rule that out as being a problem. So we're going to do final assembly on screws. And we are going to put a small bit of blue on these. So you don't need to over tighten them because obviously you didn't on the shimming. So if you don't want them coming undone, well, that's what the Loctite's for, assuming the Loctite does its frickin' job. Bloody one, isn't it? If you're worried or want a bit of extra protection, just try popping in a small bit of red on the surface. You want to do it on the threads. Now, that's assuming all that goes off properly.
tappet there. Can stop rotation on these, not that it makes any difference. Okay, one assembled gearbox, no gears moving as we move this, no fouling. We're going to assemble the bolts simulation, so just lever, spring, screw, check operation. Smooth. Okay. So we want to get our parts out to make sure that obviously we're not going to progress anymore. So check tappet plate operation. So obviously we want to make sure that it's moving and smooth. I know it sounds strange, but just imagine obviously if that's not moving. I've literally had it on gearboxes where you close them. I mean, you know, ICS V2 MP5 gearbox, you know, close up with an aftermarket tappet plate, that literally will not move. Yeah, so it has to be customised. Obviously we've got the sticker on there because we've had a previous Jeftron installation. We're now going to be fitting this tappet plate spring in this lovely convenient hole on the side, all part of the new improvements that come from new V2 in air quotes, even though it wasn't widely adopted. It is vastly thought about, more than the original V2 gearbox. Try getting the habit of greasing springs, so for corrosion resistance, but also making quieter. Right, so we have the selector plate go on the side, make sure I move that access. Bolt release, base plate, grip screw, on there, mag release, spacers, bolt, got a trigger pin, spring guide. Okay, we can start moving towards final reassembly. This is part of the bolt simulation system. What you want to do is find a hard surface, just tap it, just closes it up a little bit and should stop it coming off in future. So we're going to start putting back into the lower receiver now. So feed the wires first. Then the grip wires. Pull the wires through so you don't trap any excess. You want to locate the actual gearbox. Okay, make sure that this turns. Okay, go into full auto and then tilt up the gearbox. Pop this in. Make sure it's all locked in place. Then you will want to put this frame pin in to locate the gearbox. A little bit of Loctite. Don't go mental. It's only a 1.5mm Allen key, so you know you've got to balance losing this and having to replace it versus the possibility of having to cut it just to get in your bloody gearbox. You know.
1.5. Nipped up. Again, no need to be FD, just nip it up. So because of the angle of gearboxes, what we're going to want to do is locate the actual gearbox in position. We're putting the stock tube in. Okay, so what we don't want to do is obviously put the grip on and pull the gearbox, towards us by over tightening the grip and therefore putting a misalignment in there. So we want to align this gearbox, if you know what I mean, with this stock tube, because it's all holding it now, and obviously it's all nice and in the correct lines. And now we can apply the grip. Yeah. So we'll put the grip and then we'll remove this off once the grip is in its situ. Okay. Cog. Sorry, so this product I want to do that be going in there for another day. My particular brain, unfortunately, sometimes I find it difficult doing the same monotonous tasks over and over. I do like my crazy projects, and then you have 1,500 crazy projects going on. And never actually finish any of the buggers. Okay. Slightly out of alignment there. So just make sure your ambies are in alignment. Get the screws in, then we'll just double check. It needs to be done up, but just don't crank it up. Obviously putting that stock tube on helps, you know. So, ambi's in line. It's embarrassing when you get it all built up and they're not.
Don't forget to bend your cables. I'm just going to double check that obviously the hole is free. I don't remember, I mean it was nice and neat with that Jeftron install, but you know, it is, I might just take that off and just double check. We do have best practice after all for a reason. So roll pin, just make sure everything's bent out of the way, yeah? Don't want to get one of them hooks behind the back of a pinion. So just imagine remembering every little thing that I've just talked about. It's a challenge. Doing it's right is a challenge, you know, because obviously you're sort of, you know, making sure you do everything that we've done for however long this bloody video is going to be for. I mean, I don't need to time it. I know it's hours, you know, hours and hours and hours to do this. So these spade connectors, when you pop them on, press down and then pull them up. They shouldn't immediately come off. Obviously they need to be removable, but they shouldn't immediately come off, you know, so we want to avoid just dropping off for shits and giggles. So prise some gaps, you know, because obviously we're going to need to get the cover in, the base plate, sorry. Again, gravity, so flip it upside down and just try and sort of work it in to make sure that you get in between the wires and the actual motor itself. Don't want to be pushing that motor in too far up accidentally. Right, take stock tube off, and we're going to be double checking that sling point that we were doing earlier to see if we've finished that off or not. And then doing any last remaining stuff. I think it got quite hot last time, didn't it? We were. So I'm assuming we're not going to be reinstalling that one if we've got a ASAP style sling plate going on. So we've got our customers here. I'm going to need to check that on a separate lower. I think we'll find that there's a size difference there. $12.39.
What knife he's got.
Okay, we're just continuing. Just sitting too low in it, so I think we're going to have to take some off those wings on the side. Sorry, caught shot again. Friggin' baker in this thing. Somewhere we go with a disc. You're right?
The NPXK magazines,
I thought they were listed.
I can't find the numbers on them. And says
If you
100.
try just typing in MPX, just down its own. Does it bring up the gun for the MPX?
that brings up the little NPX.
Yep, and they should be the magazines that are...
That are on top of that, they're listed on top of that.
Right.
But they're different rounds and different numbers. And
Might be they're just advertising incorrectly. 120 rounds. I would change the listing to be 100.
do you want me to change the number to the MAgpul number?
Yes. I'd still keep theirs in, but just put a dash and just put there is actually MPX AEG SL. We could put all those in there, but obviously we're not going to order off this again. We just want to make sure that if we was to scan it, it actually comes up with us,
No. I mean, if I was picking it, I would say, well,
I mean, I don't know, we could, I mean, I'm not going to sit here and count all the VVs going in there, you know what I mean? So,
why not?
yeah. want to come through, much appreciated. It's looking a lot more in line, isn't it? So, you know, a little bit taken out of the sides. Let's brought it up into line without actually having to remove anything from the back here. So now we just need to make sure that the tube can fit through, which is the other tool bit.
Well, it went on, didn't it? Always a bloody case. Fucking arsehole that was, eh?
that's that all prepped, hopefully. So you try it on. Ooh. Ooh. Right. Spring. Spring guide. Oh, fuck. So we're going to leave that one loose because obviously we may have to adjust obviously the FPS depending on results, because obviously we have changed things, so there's no guarantee that the FPS will stay the same. Okie dokie. So this goes over the top, and then the actual bar itself pushes through, and then you just put this bit onto the end and that locks it all together as one piece. It should never have come apart really, unless you deliberately take it apart. But it is a moving part and it bangs and cracks and obviously knocks itself apart. So this will go on the top to form the blowback mechanism, to basically the simulation of the fake bolt. This is the back. Charge handle, charge handle spring. So back the top stop tube off, and then we need the top of the gun and the hop unit and our spacers, which we're going to reinstall. might need to take some more out of that to get those wires through. Motherfucker. Best laid plans right there. Best laid plans. Right. Top gun back together again. However, we are thinking wires, not enough room. That's interesting, isn't it? Might be too small to get a cutting disc in there. Jeepers. As per all my other mods, do at your own risk. good. Said it last time. So when you put the stock tube on, do it all the way up until it obviously stops, then stop, back up, so and until the bottom's in line, and obviously with the upper receiver in place setting the distance, then it's obviously set at the correct distance. Anything else is just not worth risking. You know, lower receivers, upper receivers, the stock tube or the stock tube threads or anything else, and other moonly excuses. Just do it the one way. If you need to change the FPS, change the spring. So right, I need to solder these. So we are going to put on a temporary Dean's connector. I need black. I wonder how long that's been looking at my crotch for. Apologies.
Alright. Yeah. Right, sorry about that. Customer. Alrighty. So I'm going to solder you on the back. Fuck's sake. So I'm just going to check the FPS on this. Obviously there's no point in setting this stock in stone unless obviously the FPS is correct. So 277 on 0.32s. Got 267 on 3.2s, which is fine. I'm just going to range test it. Be right back. it's set for distance, going nice, which is good. So we can be fairly safe that 267 is under the UK limits, while being within our percentage for pass.
Oh, nice when something actually goes right, isn't it? Right, so stock tube wise, we're going to run these cables through. So red on the left, so black on the right. You're going to have to be careful then with this wiring on disassembly. I need the wire guide. So just remember the red on the left. Try and straighten the wires out to get them, you know, soldered in there properly. When you're putting these wires in for the guide, right, put these wires down, and you don't want to have like this straight line between there and there because it pivots this block and causes poor connections issues. So you'll need a flat bladed screwdriver, if I can find one. Basically get the flat blade in there, just kind of push down while pushing the block. What you want to do is create a dent in line with this block about halfway. The concept is we want to angle it down so that it goes underneath the wire guide without pulling on it, because that is exactly how the original TM ones are. And often we forget that there is method to TM's madness sometimes. Okay, that now allows us to put the wire guide on. Where is it? So use one of these wire grips. C-clamp things. You want to get the wire clamped down. The reason being is you can get some compression on it, and then when you put the screws in, you take the pressure off, it lifts up on the inside of the screws, therefore putting some pressure against it, preventing it unwinding. Again, self-tapping screws. So left, find the thread. Don't think you got it, stop. And go back and do it again. Right, so I need to clear this a bit. We pop this into the jig. Where we get it nice and in line. Normally edge that out just a little bit to get some on this side as well, so it just goes in just underneath that stock tube. Again, the blue stuff, so it's not somebody else's nightmare if they have to get back in there, or ours. Looking a little weak, that's locking ring, but we'll see.
all we'll do is we'll let that stop Loctite go off, because I don't want to keep cranking on that locking ring. That's not an upgraded one. That's pretty much it then. Okay, so stock on. Tested at range, FPS tested. Took all the ages, but we got there. So, and obviously it's got the genuine real steel MAgpul sling point on the back there. So, yeah. That's pretty much it. So now we're obviously going to let it rest for a little bit, just to let that Loctite go off on that stock tube, and we're then going to do what we call the final video, which I may well splice onto the end of this to make sure it's tested and you know, working, and no MOSFET issues. Obviously there's a previous gun, so obviously we shouldn't have to reprogram the MOSFET, but we'll probably double check the settings anyway. But yeah, we will. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it really. So shouldn't need to demonstrate anything else to you. Yeah. So anything else, I'll put the video back on and get it recorded, but that's pretty much it. So thank you very much for watching. Make sure you like, subscribe, all that stuff that people have to tell you to do on YouTube, and make sure you visit our shop if you know what I mean, so to keep the workshop something funded and going, you know, that we can obviously keep on doing these sorts of things. And yeah, so thank you very much for watching. Hello, Richard here from Eagle 6 Airsoft. We're going to be testing this Tokamari 416. This one has had a feeding issue that it came in for, so we have diagnosed and repaired the feeding issue, which is a new tappet plate and air nozzle. We've also replaced the cylinder head for an AOE adjustment because it's better and more compatible with that nozzle that we've installed. We've also fit this genuine MAgpul ASAP sling point. Obviously it required modifications in order to go on there, so that's now modified and fit on there, so hopefully that's good for you and enjoyable. Yeah, service, rebuild, and back together again. So we're just going to demonstrate it working. So nice and quick on the single shot trigger response, as it should be. nice and quick on the rate of fire. So we hope you enjoy. Lovely gun, and yeah, should be all back together and working for you now. I hope you enjoy. Thank you.